Alrighty, just sorting out the usual links to be right with everyone. I hope you all had a good weekend. Hey Quercy, not like you watched every minute what's left. I got the Void Soul last time right. Well, I've got a side quest of some sort where I need to deliver a flower. So I'm gonna try and get that done. I've also got the arena side quest. And of course, final boss fight. So there's plenty of things to bang my head against. But, oh yeah, hang on. Let's get that webcam on. There we go. How you doing, Quercy? Oh, hey Zodi. Bapanada indeed. Hope everyone's having had a good weekend. And if not, I hope the rest of your week goes better. Nothing to really add. I sort of had to show up everything I was working on to tidy up my flat a bit for an inspection today. Zodi, hope I'm well. Excited to see me save the Yuri. Heck yeah. We are not going to let any of this be toxic. Hey, Icky. Bapanada. Oh yeah. Let's do some shout-outs. Hey, Nellis. Jumps 30 feet in the air, activates jetpack, and enters presence via AoE plunging attack from out of the sky. Ooh, thanks for handling shout-outs, Nellis. And you're quite welcome, Zodi. You're also welcome, Icky. So yeah, I think I might have actually got paint on the charging contacts for my earbuds, so we might have to stop for a moment while I switch to another form of audio. But we'll see how it goes. Anyway. We have a ruined flower. So let's get ourselves a new one. Why? Destroyed again. And the ruined precious thing reduces to a wilted stem. Traders have spare, but Lemur must know. A precious sacred fragile flower it is. She did not want to part with it, but for Milady love she would give all. Wouldst that quest again be taken? Accepted. Okay, so for those not keeping track, we basically have to carry this flower to a gravestone across the other side of the map. Exactly, Icky. The flower, my lady? A big boy did it and ran away. Yeah, basically, if I take one hit, the flower's destroyed. Then this new sacred one-of-a-kind flower Che shall give you. As Che won before, it does become precious as one's heart whilst held. If you were to get hurt against while carrying it, or did attempt to ride those jolting transit beasts, this one too shall be destroyed. Although my faith in one has been challenged, my hopes are still with you, Lemur. Nillis, come to think of it, the closest comparison you can think of to a Warframe's orbital plunging attacks is an attack Mace Windu had in Star Wars Battlefront 2, the old version. I mean, I think there's quite a few examples of a downward stab in most of the Smash Bros. Games, I want to say. Oh yeah. So this area is full of horrible mummy monsters. Icky. New headcanon. The stag goes through those tunnels like it's playing Burnout. Yeah, he just accelerates to Mach 3 and then he just gets a slow-mo cam. Anyway, this flower must be treated with the utmost delicacy. And it's my sacred duty to ensure it stays safe, comes to no harm, and takes no damage whatsoever. Flower's still fine, by the way. Now, let's specifically though, a downward stab from knob originally higher, at least an impact creation does damage in AoE. Okay, bad. Because I was going to say Mario's got the butt stomp ability. Exactly, Icky. Pictured, Naeem, but made it safety. Hey, Rizolka. I hope you had a, well, I believe you had a fairly long trip home, so I hope you're recovering. Okay, so just so everyone knows, we are trying to get here. And we are currently here. I've sort of found if I take this route, it's relatively safe. The hard points are here. Where I have to dodge some enemies just sort of near the corner. And I can, if I'm careful, I can, in theory, just go around here. Rizalka, indeed, you're up an hour than your usual Melbourne time, and you're considering eating breakfast, which is not a normal motion for you, but you also didn't have any done last night because you slept through it all. Ooh. To be fair, I found just making a concerted effort to have breakfast has improved my life significantly. Nillis, Mario Bros ground pound isn't a similar kind of ability. Yeah, because I think Link has a downward stab in some games as well. Okay, so then it's down, and then we're heading left. Story of my life. Oh no! Yeah, oh yeah, and there are some enemies that will literally explode. So I have to watch out for them. Okay, and up from here. When you're following the diet dietitian gave you, you have a high protein yogurt, but not straight after waking. Usually about 2 hours when you get to work. Oh yeah, one of my supervisors, so one of my bosses, basically she does not eat anything on a shift. Like, I don't know how she does that. Like, she complains about not having any time to do it constantly, but she just seems to keep going and going. Oh, good point, Nellis. Link doesn't get to ignore full damage. He can ignore awesome damage, though. Okay, I need to save that one for uplift. Yeah, perhaps she's powered by the hunger. Yep, so if I shoot that one, it just sort of flies into the hazard and destroys itself, which is nice. Ooh, that could have gone badly for me. Nice try. Yep, so it's down from here. Rizalki is still really confused by Melbourne being so cold. It's not as cold as Scotland, but 10 to 14 degree days are not the norm for this time of year. Oh yeah, I believe it's like summer in Australia right now, isn't it? It should be closer to 30 by now. Okay, that is kind of weird. Icky, you're confused by the fact it's December and you don't have frozen temperatures forecast for tomorrow. Yeah, it's actually been relatively warm for a winter so far here as well. Like, normally I would have had to defrosted my car near okay, I got through that quite smoothly. Normally I'd have had to have been constantly defrosting my car every morning. Okay. Those eggs got me last time. Not this time. Okay, we just need to make our way in an orderly fashion. To the teacher's archives. Exactly, Icky. Damn those leggy eggs. Rizalka, you put your winter Duno duvet back on your bed last night. Yeah, I can't kill those big ones because they just shoot a massive explosion at me, which is nigh impossible to avoid. Okay. Nice and slow. Okay, don't want to shoot those because they will explode. Like, they shoot a massive homing projectile at you. Rizalka, which reminds you, you need to speak to Leggy about his recommendations for an internet upgrade. Oh yeah, the one thing every streamer needs. Okay, so far so good. Okay, so it's down the floor and left. This is the way. Easy hazard to avoid as long as I don't do something stupid like jump. And we can make our way to the Queen's Gardens. Rizalka, you don't know if you need it so much for streaming, it's been a little unstable this year, and your mum watches this internet crime channel which constantly goes down if it has any sort of speed issue. She doesn't manage with technology being wobbly. Yeah, to be fair, a reliable internet connection is probably more important than a fast one, if you want to stream. Oh my god, that was so close. Okay. The end is near. The end is in sight. Oh my... Nope, 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 nope. I trust nothing. Oh, I misplaced the marker. It's here. Okay. My left earbud just ran out of battery, so I'm just going to plug that in for a few minutes to recharge. Is that okay? BRB, you're going to raid the kitchen? Good luck. May your conflicts bear fruit, and your food enemies be scattered to the winds of your stomach. Yeah, exactly, Icky. A rude earbud indeed. Okay, so it's left, up, left again. This could be the biggest problem because those blades are an absolute nightmare to dodge, but I think I got it. Okay, just left, down. We're nearly there. I just need to not die to not hit these spikes. No! Okay, my other earbud is complaining of a low battery, so I'll just quickly switch to my wired earbuds on this most tragic of moments. Yep, but one thing we didn't want to happen. Dot meme. So like 5 or 10 minutes and I can probably switch back. Assuming they, of course, they connect properly. Oh, thanks to the hydrate and posture checks. It's harder than you think putting these... Whoop. No, listen, the future is now. Everything runs on batteries. Ow. These things are harder to put in than you'd think with claws. Ow, stretch and hydrate in a sec. Other mucker. Oh yeah, shout out to Keith, he managed to make me swear twice last Lancer stream. With his, quite frankly, rude strategy of making the enemy actually attack and damage me. Oh, and thank you for literally giving Keith a shout out, Mickey. Okay, so I'm just going to practice this. Right, okay, so next time I just have to do that. Oh yeah, so that's Cam Delta, Keith's Lancer actual play. I'm playing a, and I know I'm going against type here, but an obnoxiously cheerful hacker who is openly trans, very queer, and anti-authoritarian. Yeah, no, Icky. It's just so against my typical fare. Zodi, that sounds cool. Yep, I'm having fun playing as her. Basically, the sort of main thing is she's basically, I don't know if anyone's heard the meme about mech stories basically being horse girl stories, but she is basically a horse girl but with an AI, and of course, an NHP, which is sort of like a knight. Like they fill the same roles in the stories in the setting as an AI, but they're actually more like if Cthulhu was bound to a computer. Zodi, being in an actual player is something you think would be fun? Oh yep, Apharius is right. It is very fun. Like, you might play your characters a little differently because, you know, you want to play to the crowd a bit, but yeah. Just don't expect to be like Critical Role, even if you are doing an actual play, because they're all professional actors. It's more, basically you sort of, you can play it like a normal tabletop RPG, you can treat it a bit more like improv theatre, or you can just do a balance of the two. Zodi, you just like sharing that stuff? Yeah. I was actually recently watching the new overly sarcastic production video. Whoa, no! I didn't mean to go that way. I was recently watching the new overly sarcastic productions video, and that was basically about how D&D and other tabletop RPGs have been adapted to other works. So, like, apparently the first ever novelisation that was sort of based on D&D came out like maybe a year after Gary Gygax invented the thing. Well, he didn't invent the thing, but you know, let's not get into the weeds on what Gygax actually contributed. Zodi, the very few times you've gotten to play D&D, you tend to treat it like improv. I'm going to assume you're a fan of like story first tabletop RPGs like Blades and the like. Because I recently did a Girl by Moonlight actual play campaign, and it was fun, but we went for the more sort of complicated rule set right off the bat. So I have floated the idea of basically using the setting that's been left behind in the aftermath of that campaign for a sequel that uses the more sort of conventional magical girl system. Now, the weird thing about D&D is that a TTRPG is essentially is improv, but D&D is set up to either punish or ignore that aspect of the medium. Well, D&D originally it derives from chainmail, a war game. So while it I think D&D was the original TTRPG. Zodi, no idea. But mostly you mostly only played D&D every time you looked at a story first system like Powered by the Apocalypse. You're like, this gets in the way. Not the way you run and play it. Well, with Blades in the Dark, the idea is you say what your character's doing, and then you just roll a dice to see how well it goes. Like, it's very much, it doesn't get in the way because your character is presumed to, like, if your character succeeds, they do the thing, and it's just a matter of what else goes wrong. And if they don't succeed, like, it's not for any fault of their own, it's just bad luck. So, like, if you're trying to convince a guard, you'll roll, you do actually get to roll what you want to roll. Like, you ask the GM, well, the GM asks you what you want to roll, and they'll tell you how effective that would be. Rizalka, you return with cereal, a slice of cheese, a couple of malto milk biscuits, and a curly whirly. Excellent choices. Now, this it came from War Games here, which explains why it's the way it is, but not why it's the TTRPG anyone knows about. Yeah. Well, who knows why anything gets popular. So you're always up for trying new things. To give an example, if your character wanted to persuade a guard to let you into a warehouse, basically, the GM would ask you, well, you'd say, I go up to the guard, and I want to try, well, you might RP it and say what you want to say, or you might just say, I try and persuade the guard to let me in. Either works. You know, some people like to sort of roleplay directly, some people like to just do that whole, just narrate what their character did without using the exact words. Either way works. And then the GM will ask you what you want to roll, and you have a bunch of abilities. Your abilities just are literally, your actions, are just literally, you have a certain amount of dots in it. And when you roll you can say what ability you want to use. The GM will say how effective that ability would be, and they set risk. They set your position, which is by default risky, because it's kind of like a heist kind of thing, but it can be controlled if things are going well, or it can be desperate if things are bad. And your position doesn't really sort of make a difference to the action so much as how bad the consequences will be, and then effect based on how likely it is to work. So like, if your character's just relatively friendly and the guard's not suspicious, it'll have like normal effect. If the guards are on edge, it might have limited effect. And if it's if you're like maybe a celebrity or something and the guard likes you, or the guard belongs to a faction you're friendly with, it might have great effect. Which does sound a bit complicated, but it works very well freeform. And, the GM might offer you an action which has better effect, but you might want to roll the worst action, say if you have more dots in it. Then you roll a number of dice equal to the amount of dots you've got in it. So generally, you've got various resources like stress and stuff, which you can use to have better rolls, and, add more dice. And you just roll the amount of dice you have and take the highest result. If you roll below a 3, it's a failure, and you get a consequence, something bad happens. A 4 or 5 is a success with a consequence, so you get what you wanted, but something bad still happens. And a 6 is just you succeed outright. And if you get 2 6s in the dice pool, it's a crit. It's super simple, I made it sound very sort of crunchy, but it's literally just, you say what you do, the GM asks what you want to roll, you roll, and that decides how well it goes. It's still fairly freeform, but you still have the dice, preventing I activate my everything proof shield sort of deals. Which, to be fair, I find a lot of RPs don't run into, but it's nice to have rules to reassure you it's not happening, But yeah, I recently finished an actual play of Girl by Moonlight, which is basically a Blades in the Dark hack for magical girl sort of settings. Oh no. Oh, that could have gone so badly. And what's my point? Oh yeah, if you're interested, I was actually thinking of running another sort of campaign of that. Rizalka, you enjoy essentially leading Blonding through persuasion checks. Always devastating to put down a really good logical thing for it to roll the dice on. Yeah, I think my go-to for persuasion checks is... like, when I was playing Grounded for Guild of Icons, I think my go-to was basically just trying to be as friendly as possible. Which didn't always work, because I think Grounded actually had negative charisma. Notice any freedom that exists in D&D exists only because of its medium. Yeah. Like, I feel like the RP aspect of D&D evolved from the habit of wargamers of creating lore for their armies. Hey Nick. Hollow Knight, Hollow Knight, Hollow Knight, Hollow Knight, Hollow Knight. Yep, Hollow Knight tonight. Tonight's the night for Hollow Knight. I'm trying to deliver a flower. It's going very badly. Made it. Yep, one of those no-hit mail deliveries. Any moment now, Hideo Kojima's going to appear and rename the night like Void No Soul or something. And then explain Hornet needs to breathe. Actually no, Hornet might need to breathe through her skin since they're all bugs, and bugs do tend to breathe through their skin. Icky update, you have Cadbury's Dairy Milk and Salted Caramel Fingers. Heck to the yeah. Other biscuits are available. This is true. I think I have a load of chocolate donuts in my snack supply. Oh yeah, and some leftover Halloween popcorn. Hey Maxty. Yep, Hollow Knight. Okay, left. Nihilus. You play as Nailbug. Nail has a clone sister named Needle Legs. How's it going anyway, Max Sting? I think your IRL name is Katie. I'm very bad with names. Rizalka, you still have the Curly Whirly and a chocolate Big M, which in your opinion is the best chocolate milk that isn't a Mars bar drink, which you can't get here. Yeah, my go-to hot chocolate has been, well, I've had some chocolate orange. Wow, I'm blanking. Oh, some chocolate orange Baileys. So basically I just take the cocoa powder, add the Baileys, stir it together, then pour over hot milk. It's amazing. Max Sting is still coughing, gonna see a doctor in a couple of hours, then you go to your D&D game. well, it's actually between clouds, but D&D is easy shorthand. Icky, Dogs and Dungeons, Maxting, which is less fun than Dragons and Doctors. Okay, the Queen's Gardens. Oh. I'm not taking any chances with these guys. Notice, is it a hack of D&D, or do you mean it says tabletop RPG? You don't hold with calling board games Monopoly likes. Icky, there are certain doctors you like to see fight a dragon. No argument there. Rizalka, there's certain doctors you'd like to see get eaten by a dragon. Yep, just give every doctor who bullies their patients the Lord Farquaad treatment. Maxing as a TTRPG uses primarily D6s, where success is generally at least 1/6 out of a pool of dice, with things you can do to improve the odds, so very little indirect relation to D&D. Yep, mechanically that sounds quite close to Shadowrun. Gotcha. Maxting, your doctor's pretty good, thankfully. She's actually the one who has like 5 years and you're not seeing development. Let's get you some shots. Oh heck yeah. Doctors who can do good affirming care are hard to find in America, I understand. Icky, TTRPG takes a while to say in fairness, and you get funny looks if you pronounce it Tutapuga. Turbuga. Wait, isn't that what the Crash says when you pick up that mask guy? Notice you wouldn't insult it by calling it a D&D. That's only for boomers who've never played a game newer than checkers. Maxting, your mum was a boomer D&D player, so that's probably where you get it. Yeah. For my part, my experience with D&D was I used to read a lot of AD&D books as a kid, but never got to play it until 3.5 edition, which I actually got into because of Order of the Stick, of all things. Okay, we're here again, chat. Maxting, she brought you to the table at 5 years old. You've been gaming longer than many gamers have been alive. Oh yeah, speaking of, I was talking about the overly sarcastic productions video on tabletop RPG actual play adaptations earlier, and apparently one of the hosts read that is apparently her experience. Like, she was brought up on AD&D back when that was a seriously nerdy hobby. It's like I've been watching quite a few cartoons with Pixel. Oh god, that was so stupid of me. Well, back to the start. And one of which was Gravity Falls. We basically started with the Owl House, and then so we're sort of going back and I watched Gravity Falls and this sort of companion show Amphibia. Oh, I'm watching Amphibia right now. Just started season 3. But I digress. It does have a mandatory D&D episode, and Pixel's like, oh, by the way, this is an episode about D&D made by someone who doesn't know anything about D&D. And I basically had to explain to him that that kind of sort of episode was part of the course. In fact, compared to a lot of because a lot of cartoons and shows of that era had a D&D episode. And that was actually one of the relatively nicer ones, because this was obviously the era when it was still a nerd hobby. It's like, I think even Stevens had a D&D episode, and it was literally treated like a cult that had taken their friend in. And like it was just non-stop mockery. Recess, like, it sort of had the D&D episode. But, you know, the kids who preferred to stay in and play D&D were treated relatively sympathetically. Nellis, you played a session of something at a wargaming con that once might have been Battletech, but you're not sure. Mex had a hex grid, had a picture of the robot on the sheet with lots of little circles you fill in to show damage. Maxting, good chance that was Battletech. Yeah, I didn't know much about Battletech, but that does sound like it. Have I mentioned I'm really enjoying Keith's Lancer campaign? Rizalka, which when you think about it, you bought into the role-playing aspect of D&D straight away. You're solving mysteries by licking corpses from the first section. Amazing. Max Sting, Lance sounds great, although it sounds like a wildly different vibe. Yeah. I believe it tends to get summarised as like a stripped-down version of Blades in the Dark for the narrative portions. And then the actual mech combat is pretty much 4th edition D&D. So lots of set abilities that have very specific mechanical effects. And it's all just a very complicated chess game. Think along the lines of Mega Man Battle Network or Ikenfell and other such similar RPGs. This must be what it's like for speedrunners, just playing the same bit over and over again until you have to perfect it. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. A lot of the progression system's really interesting because you basically, like every sort of mech has 3 licenses associated with it. Each one gives you new stuff, and the second usually gives you a mech frame, which has its own specific abilities. Icky. We can never put Talia and Ahsoka in the same TTRPG. One will bring the narrative BS, one will bring the mechanical BS, and reality will collapse. Yeah, exactly, Nellis. Quote 389. I've seen speedrunners do this trick. Rizalka. Are you the narrative BS or mechanical BS? Icky says narrative. I suppose to be fair to the Gravity Falls episode, the sort of twist was the 2 nerd characters turned out to really enjoy it, or rather the off-brand version called Dungeons, Dungeons and More Dungeons. And the 2 creative characters made fun of them for it. But then, sort of later in the episode, obviously it's that sort of show, so the game comes to life somehow. They sort of realise it's just a matter of making stuff up and then rolling a dice. And get into it. Nellis, party wants to run a 5e game with an all-mystic, the Scion class that didn't make it past the beta party, and see how fast they can speedrun a module. Yeah, to be fair, I think they've tried the Mystic again. Like, that's actually going to be an official class now. Like, the Scion or whatever it's called now. See, I think my only gripe with actual plays is I'm basically finding myself surrounded by people who are just better at it than me. Like, it's amazing. just privileged to play TTRPGs with people who are better at TTRPGs than me. Okay, so if I... Now, unless you think the UA version you have is the second iteration of that, they tried, you think, they eventually put Psionic subclasses in Tasha's Cauldron. I had a lot of fun with the, when I'm playing a Soul Knife and Nordmok right now, and that's fun. Zodi Redeem stops self-defaming. I suppose it's self-defaming, if you're putting everyone else up by trying to tear yourself down a bit. Criticism accepted. Oh, should have paid more attention there. Could have gone badly. Zodi, putting others up by putting yourself down is absolutely self-defaming. Yep, you're absolutely correct. I'll do better. But that's why that redeems there. Nick, fun fact, they made a new Mystic UA a month or so back in the 2024 edition. They just keep trying. To be fair, they've been trying to make Psionics work, at least as far back as 3.5, and Psionics ended up being really broken in 3.5, just because Psionics was its own thing, so it wasn't affected by anti-magic and the like. Nick. It's just like countries getting into a costly war in Afghanistan. Wizards of the Coast just can't help themselves. Yeah, exactly, Nihilist for 5.5e. Maybe it's just because my first... as I've said, I do have experience with AD&D, mostly just reading the books. But I consider 3.5 edition my first. Oh. I like how they contrive so you have to bounce jump up this. Okay, now we're on to the difficult part. No! Well, back to the drawing board. Max Ding S, how are we all? For my part, I'm great. I've successfully swapped my day off on Monday. Well, my morning off on my day off on Monday for Thursday. So I work on Monday mornings now, but I found I basically don't do much on Monday morning, and now I get Wednesday and Thursday off, so it's 2 days off in a row. Nihilist, yeah, Psionics have no visible casting like Qs or whatnot, and normally you've got to pay extra for that. Yeah, exactly. It's the reason Psionics exist in D&D is mostly because of the Spelljammer setting. Because obviously it's more like Spelljammer links the worlds together. Oh, to be fair, Planescape does as well. Like, Planescape it fancy links them together, and Spelljammer is more like it's science fiction-y links them together-ish, but it's like... you know, it's like fancy science fiction. Max Ding, Sonic surely existed prior to Spelljammer. When did Mind Flayers come about? That's a point. 'Point, did Mind Flayers predate? 'Cause Mind Flayers came out in 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029, 2030, 2031, 2032, 2033, 2034, 2035, 2036, 2037, 2038, 2039, 2040, 2041, 2042, 2043, 2044, 2045, 2046, 2047, 2048, 2049, 2050, 2051, 2052, 2053, 2054, 2055, 2056, 2057, 2058, 2059, 2060, 2061, 2062, 2063, 2064, 2065, 2066, 2067, 2068, 2069, 2070, 2071, 2072, 2073, 2074, 2075, 2076, 2077, 2078, 2079, 2080, 2081, 2082, 2083, 2084, 2085, 2086, 2087, 2088, 2089, 2090, 2091, 2092, 2093, 2094, 2095, 2096, 2097, 2098, 2099, 2000, 2001 Like, they're so iconically D&D, it feels like they predate Spelljammer. But at the same time, do they necessarily call it psionic abilities, or could they just sort of, you know, do that until they decided it was psionics? So the mind players predate Spelljammer. Oh, okay. Yeah, they were basically Cthulhu. Like, Max Sting, psionics had some pretty basic forms pretty early. Oh, fair enough then. I feel like Spelljammer is where it's sort of really, fun bit of science fiction history in like the mid 20th century, so like the 50s and even like the 40s, 30s. There was a lot of science fiction there for people having psychic powers, you know, could actually be a thing. So that's why you get magic in science fiction, and they call it psychic powers. You know, like sort of the men who stare at goats sort of thing. Max Sting, for some reason, by default, anyone casting or using SLAs in Pathfinder 1 is visibly doing something. You think part of that is their apparent distraction. This certainly applies to psychics, who deal as much as any caster without being interrupted by casting. But in Pathfinder 1, psychic magic is the same system, just not considered arcane or divine. Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it, really. Just flavour psionics as a type of magic, but, you know, science fiction-y. And then just say it works, it, you know, interacts with the magic system the same way. Max Sting, but folks using SLAs or psychic spells are just kind of standing there while they do it, not waving their arms or using magic words. Just remind me, what does SLA stand for? Oh, it's funny because you still, obviously in Pathfinder, if someone casts a spell adjacent to you, you get an attack of opportunity. So they're not apparently doing, oh, spell-like ability. So they're not doing anything, but visibly doing anything, but you still get to take a swing at them. Yep. Whereas in 5th edition D&D, you have to take a feat for that. Nihilist, you mainly like the progression of the UA Mystic just because you like spell trees, more flavorful. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, 3.5e was an absolute mess of various feats and stuff, which Pathfinder sort of stuck with. But I think that makes Pathfinder a bit more inaccessible than D&D. Like, I think that's why Nick didn't really get along with it. Because it has that sort of 3.5 edition problem of just having to remember so many different modifiers. Like, I think one of the best things D&D did was just replace all those bonuses and penalties with advantage and disadvantage. I think especially playing Pathfinder Kingmaker reminded me, like, while I have the nostalgia for 3.5 edition, maybe it wasn't the best system for playing in, you know? I suppose, to be fair, the plus side here from all these runs is I'm getting a ton of money for it every time. And since I have to give up as soon as I take a hit, there's no risk of me dying and losing it. No! Stupid thing. Die, die. Well, here we go again. I hope you're just going to enjoy the stream of 3 hours of me trying to deliver this flower. Maxing, your cleric King's Fall tended to try and tank by placing himself in the middle of a formation, in melee with opponents, and then casting a low-level buffing SLA to open himself to put an act of opportunity. This regularly resulting in losing expendable SLAs and trade for everyone in the party being able to move and position themselves freely. Alright, yeah. Forcing forcing your enemies to use up the reaction. Like, because my character in Lance is a hacker, one of the more useful things I can do is basically hack an enemy and force them to use up their reaction. Although, to be fair, reactions use they work a bit differently in Lancer. So there are more. You only get more reactions a turn, but yeah, it's a whole thing. I've actually decided for my next level I'm going to take levels in Duskwing, which is basically like the Naruto ninja mech. Like, it gets like flash steps and can hack enemies so they can't target. They have a harder time targeting your allies and stuff, which will be very fun because I've got Minotaur, which is basically about slowing enemies and such. Okay, so basically your cleric was fairly tough and able to take the hits, and if enemies didn't take the attack of opportunity, then they still get some buffs. Rizolka, smelling your dressing gown, and you got a slight hint of vanilla and watermelon. Sense, or have you just been eating a lot of vanilla and watermelon? Maxing. You got to put it together a game to run that isn't D&D sometimes, even if it's a one-shot. If it helps, I had a lot of fun running a Slug Blasters one-shot. Notice? Oh, Maxing. Palladium Fantasy it is. Notice? No idea what it is, but it sounds D&D-like. Rizolka is Foos Vape. You want to run a game of Satan Pay My Rent. Okay, what's that about? Maxing, it's not... Oh! Should have paid attention to the game there. It's not, but it's a fantasy setting in the same multiverse as Rifts, and broadly the same as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So like, mutants hiding in the sewers sort of deal. Or what do you mean the more like the dimension hopping stuff that happens? True, I did get the first hit in. Now it's a one-page game from itch.io where you make a deal with Satan to give you power so you can get rent money. Okay, that's just playing a warlock. Rizalka, you're trying to work out if you're going to get away with wearing a dressing gown without washing it since your mother has fragrance issues. But you think his new blend of flavours means you're going to get away with it. Okay, it smells of... oh, it smells of V's vape. I thought that was a completely separate clause. You could try something like Febreze to eliminate the odour, I guess. Max Sting, Dimension Hobby's a factor. Mostly it's that all Palladian games such as Rift are part of the same multiverse, and there's rules about how they cross over. Robotech's in there too. Okay, that's because Palladium had the official Robotech license. Okay, that's kinda neat. Oh, you know what, I think I've had what micro RPG I've had the most fun with is, no! I hesitated too long and it got the shot off. Zodi, everything you heard about Palladium system games is that they're bad. Rizalka, your mum has chemical sensitivities, so Febreze would kill her. Okay, maybe don't do that then. Besides, Febreze reminds me of when I used to read 8-Bit Theatre. And do I really want to remember that era of my life?
Why?
Exactly, Icky. I think the thing I've had the most fun with is, guess it, not this quest. I'll say one thing about vapes. They do mean your average odd man wandering around smells of like bubble gum. And there's something deeply hilarious about that. Max Sting thinks about most Palladium rulebooks. There's no rules on how far and hard you can jump unless you have gymnastics or acrobatics, which are basically college level skills. And some of those settings those are unavailable. And the rules for how long it takes to don power armor in rifts are hidden deep in the entry on armor that's distinct because it takes less than a minute to don. And rules for various things in Palladium games get copy-pasted, resulting in references to Veritech fighters and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Icky, alas, it also means there's a new reason for ID-less customers to be mad at me for something that's utterly their fault. Yep. If there's one thing about my day job I hate is asking for ID. It's like, customers tend to act like I'm being a nuisance for it, but the thing is, the law, I'm the one bound by this law. You just don't get to buy something, I could get in serious trouble. Rizalka, when Icky was just vaping the vanilla, you wanted to eat cupcakes all the time. You know what, that's fair. Plus I just cannot keep up with all the vapes. Because, like, obviously the law's trying to catch up with them, so they keep changing them to get around the law. So just when I sort of started to understand what brands was and everything, they sort of changed it. So obviously they outlawed disposable babes because they were just creating a horrendous amount of e-waste. Icky, the vines are no joke, and it says you get them. Like, either I get them, and I'm basically screwed, or the store gets it, and they fire me, and I'm basically screwed. So D, you've got to get to work with the task you got to do today. Okay, good luck. Good luck on the flower crest. Save the Yuri. I will do. If I don't save the Yuri, they'll take away my rogue girl license. Which, to be fair, is just like a note that says I can do whatever the heck I want. But still. Oh, that was stupid of me. Okay, sit up straight. Get comfy. Okay, we've been doing this for an hour and 15 minutes. Oh well. Back to the Lancer, I guess. So, the mech I've been playing is called so, my character's basically affiliated with an organisation, which is one of the 4 manufacturers of mechs, called Horus, which is basically it's an open source hacker collective. Basically, imagine if Anonymous was in a setting where anyone can get their hands on a 3D printer that let them print out a mech. And their mechs are more like sort of groups of mechs that are basically hacked together. It's like one of their mechs is called the and they're all named after D&D monsters. So one of their mechs is called the Kobold, which is literally just a like a virus that's used to modify mining mechs when they print out, so they can be used for rebellions. The one I use, the Minotaur, is basically it's implicitly one that was made by Ra, which is sort of kind of like a god, maybe not. But its main gimmick is basically being able to slow or eventually stun enemies. So like every time I hack an enemy, I have the option of immediately, if it's slowed, I can increase that. Well, if it's not slowed, I can slow it. If it is slowed, I can increase that to immobilized. And if it's immobilized, I can basically stun it, which is the worst. Well, one of the worst status effects in the entire game to give something. So I'm going to keep all of the sort of hacks for that. Well, invade options for that. And try a different mech. And the one I'm going for is called Duskwing, which is vaguely amusing because my character's first name is actually Dusk. Because, you know, what's the point of rolling a trans girl if I Don't let her pick a really cool name. I mean, IRL I went with a very boring name because practical reasons, but a lot of the time if I roll a TTRPG character, I just consult my list of rejected post-transition names. Maxting, your friend T made a hack for a honey heist called Dungeon Dragons, where you play dragons who are pretending to be adventurers. Every player character is secretly a dragon, and you're trying to hide it from the white human adventurer in your party. And you can't recall if it's inherently the case, none of the rest of you knew any of the others were secretly dragons. This actually sounded pretty neat. No less something Among Us. Yeah, that is basically an Among Us if everyone was an imposter. Oh yeah, so Duskwing, the mech I'm going for, it's a half-size frame, the smallest frame it is. Like, the rulebook says even a half-size frame is still like 10 feet tall at minimum. But it's sort of implied a lot of half-size frames are basically just powered armor. No! Oh, that could have gone so badly. Oh. Huh? I forgot to pick up the flower. Maxing has 2 stats, Dungeon and Dragon, they always have the same total between the two. If your Dungeon hits 0, your Dragon's maxed out and you're out as a dragon, can't hide. If your Dragon hits 0, you forget you're ever a dragon and live and die as an adventurer. Okay, pretty much the same as Honey Heist then. Maxing, how annoying would that have been to get all the way there and not have the flower at all? It's true. And of course that is a hack of Honey Heist, where the 2 stats are Crime and Bear. Oh yeah, I recently backed the Ghost in the Shell RPG on Kickstarter. And that's interesting because it's sort of like, it's got like a main stat that functions kind of like a Honey Heist-like. So like Ghost and Shell. So like those are evenly distributed. But it has a few derived stats. So I'll be very interested to see how that plays when I finally get around to it. You know, huge Ghost in the Shell fan, so I'm hyped for it either way. And yeah, I agree with Nolis. It is a pretty interesting take on the Honey Heist formula. Maxing, at the end you all agreed to come out to each other and the adventure. You had a great adventure, Kyokor is the 3-player saying. I'm a dragon, and you simultaneously being the only one to instead say I'm gay. Oh yeah, like that, like the confused coming out meme. Like, I think the one I've seen the most is the K-pop Demon Hunters one, because you know, like the sort of like Rumi. Rumi. Wait, what is her name? I've completely forgotten. Her whole half demon thing could be read as a trans analogy quite easily. And even if you don't want to read it that way, it's kind of easy to see how the other sort of two main characters making that mistake. Max Sting, it would have not been quite as funny if there'd been anyone else who had the same idea. So you're glad the delivery went off solidly. No, at least you still haven't seen that yet. Okay, no spoilers then. Not quite, I didn't quite have as much fun with it as Nimona, but you know, a nice solid Netflix semi-original. Max saying K-pop Demon Hunters is pretty cool. It's got some fairly paint-by-numbers stuff to it, but it's cool and fun, and it's all it really needs to be. Yep, it's basically a million times better than you'd think from its premise. Max Sting, Nimona of course is kind of its own class in a lot of ways. Yep. Oh yeah, it's got a very sort of neat animation style. Like the director sort of wants to push back against sort of Disney not refusing to exaggerate women characters too much because they need to look pretty sort of thing. So they're allowed to do the sort of like silly meme faces and stuff. And it just, you know, it just sort of works like just having the okay, that was on me. Max Sting, that's badass. Those faces and the whole couch thing were important to its charm. Yep, R.I.P. Flower. You'll be missed, but your successor has a chance at glory. Yeah, the Grey Mauler kind of gives me the same vibes as the doll from Bloodborne. Max Sting, it sounds like Under the Surface is where K-pop Demon Hunters is at its best. Surface level is fun, and that's more than enough. Yeah. I mean, that's how it goes, isn't it? Like, a lot of sort of very sort of okay-ish things are fun on the surface, but like, it's, you know, what goes under on that, that's what gives something depth. Like, cool action movie maybe, but if it gives you something interesting to think about. Maxting, the Beach Boys, the wild choices of Beast Instruction one finds in Bert, Bacharach, or Roy Orbison. Yeah, well, I didn't know enough about music to talk about that, so I'll have to take your word for it. Like, even the Monkees, a silly sort of boy band sort of deal, had some interesting stuff going on, you know, because of course they were actually strong advocates for the career of Jimi Hendrix. Maxting, the Beach Boys honestly had a few imitators. Even contemporary music that sounded like them tended to sound like them because it was written by Brian Wilson. Icky, the Monkees also made a movie called Head, which was very made on drugs, I understand. It has quite a reputation. Fair enough. Yeah, I believe even the Beatles, you know, like they were a very sort of classic boy band, but to their credit, they did quite a bit of experimentation. Oh no. The one thing I was terrified would happen happened. Maxting, boy bands, experimenting. You've heard fanfic about that. I mean, I've heard of this very interesting boy band fanfic, but I don't buy it. Okay, you got that one, Maxting. Good. Okay. Time for some TSMR. I've really overfilled that. I'm going to forget about that and spill it all over myself. Maxting, you remember that when you were a kid there was a boy band called New Kids on the Block, and they had a cartoon, and one of the members went to prison, and they had his character writing to the others from prison. Wild. Yeah, I only know about New Kids on the Block because there was an episode of The Simpsons where Bart ended up in a boy band, and it was called New Kids on the Block. To be fair to Lance, what's his name? He did do a lot of sort of parodies of his own sort of character. Like Gravity Falls has like an entire episode about a boy band who are basically clones of each other, which, actually, kind of thinking about it, had kind of the same energy as K-pop Demon Hunters. Maxting, you don't remember what the actual boy band member went to prison for? but less what the cartoon character went for. Maxting, now you've got to look into that. Okay, give us an update. Maxting, so apparently Donnie never went to prison. Okay. Is it like Vanilla Ice, falsely claiming to have a criminal record? To sound cool. Or, did he just plead out or something? Rizalka, all of this talk from you kids on the block has got one of their songs stuck in your head. You got the right stuff, baby. I'll be honest, aside from the name, I don't know anything about them. Like, my brothers are all sort of guitarists, but I never really learned much about music. So I tried to learn the drums when I was in secondary school, but instead of going to my lessons, I kept getting told to go to school assemblies instead. But my parents still got billed for it, so they were furious. Maxting, Donnie was arrested for arson, you see. Okay, that is kind of hardcore as far as crimes go. I think everyone should be allowed a little arson as a treat, you know, but do it responsibly. Oh! I forgot about the explodey bug. So, he was arrested for arson. No less. Quote number 62. I think arson would be an excellent first aid, and I stand by that. Rizalka, your sister had the Total Hits cassette tape, so some things penetrated into your head. Maxting. Apparently, Donnie Wahlberg lit a hotel carpet on fire with a bottle of vodka and burned a bunch of stuff and was charged with first-degree arson, but it got reduced to misdemeanor mischief. Well, I guess they could probably afford a good lawyer. Rizalka, mostly it was the Total Hits from 1992, which is the most ingrained into your head, which included such hits as Baby Got Back. Notice Baby Got Back was them, apparently. Icky, same era, okay. Apparently not then. Yeah, exactly. Baby Got Back was Sir Mix-a-Lot. It's all coming back to me now. I think the one pop song that gets that's always stuck in my head is Save Tonight. It's like I can just remember the entire music video, which to be fair is a very cool music video. Icky, see, as this fellow who enjoyed lost posteriors and was incapable of spinning falsehoods. And yes, of course, none of his male siblings were able to deny this. Of course, my favourite band is They Might Be Giants, which is fairly well known. I mean, I'm in the cohort of people who got into them because of Malcolm in the Middle. Okay, after this attempt, success or failure, I'll switch back to my wireless earbuds. Maxting, you can't find any reference just now to Donnie's cartoon character writing from jail or whatever, but you remember seeing it. It's actually kind of wild how musicians getting their own animated series was a thing for a while. Oh. Well. Sometimes it just be that way. Maxting, you knew that name, Donnie Wahlberg, the new kid on the block, is the brother of actor and white supremacist Mark Wahlberg. Jesus. To be fair, like, what is her name? You know, the lady who, when she was a kid, she was in Matilda and a bunch of other remarkable, kids' roles. Is the, like the cousin of, Mark Shapiro. Maxting, apparently, Donnie Wahlberg's brother, Mark Wahlberg, is staunchly pro-gay marriage now, so he must have reformed. Yeah, her cousin is the notorious Ben Shapiro. Mara Wilson, that was it. Like, I kind of remember when she had a beef with the Nostalgia Critic, although that was more of a misunderstanding than anything. And to be fair, in hindsight, perfectly fair. Yeah, Rizolka's right. It's entirely possible for someone to be a white supremacist who isn't homophobic. Still a white supremacist. To be fair, part of white supremacy is intensely homophobic and transphobic because they're big on eugenics and expecting people to reproduce or not reproduce, whether they like it or not. So. But that's splitting hairs, because bigotry is inherently illogical and arbitrary. I don't think that's a particularly controversial take. Maxine, you're just saying claims that he's reformed might have some grounds. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, good for him if he has reformed, I guess. Oh yeah, absolutely, Rizolka. From a place of not understanding shit. Pardon my French. Max Stink, frankly, there are things you're deeply glad you hadn't done and have no cause to live down. Yeah, well, back when I was a kid I was pretty centrist. Like, I enjoyed propaganda and honestly believed a lot of people were making a lot about nothing. But I think the sort of turning point for me was Gamergate. Because, you know, it was pretty obvious that they did not have concern about ethics in their games journalism. And it just got so irritating that people were either parroting that line because maybe they believed it or they pretended to believe it. Obviously this was before I came out, which obviously pushes you to the left pretty quickly. Max Sting, you two have your beliefs that were bad, often that didn't result in actions, and they result in you saying things you regret now. And even then there were things you thought but didn't say. And now looking back, you're glad you didn't, so in a sense you're lucky. Yeah. I think sort of everyone has their moment where they don't know, they say something stupid, and at that point you can either learn to do better or you can double down on it. Oh my god, no. That was because I didn't want to get hit by the enemy, not because I suddenly disagreed with what I said, just to be clear. Yeah, like, I never got the whole assumption that everyone has like a Nazi phase or something, because like, I just found my centrist phase deeply embarrassing. Like, if I actually had such a thing, you could not torture it out of me. Like, if I died, my ghost would come back from beyond just to cover it up. But then again, that's a whole made up thing anyway. Because they, like, apparently at some point one trans masculine person mentioned that they had a lot of Nazi friends or some such, and that just got turned into white trans men are more likely to be racist for no apparent reason whatsoever, aside from trans femmes get blamed for everything. But then that's not necessarily the best perspective to take, because yeah, I don't know. I see a lot of arguments about you know, trans misogyny and trans misogyny affected and exempt, and kind of wonder if I'm drifting into centrism. So maybe I should just get, you know, check out the literature and read up on that, just so I actually know where I'm supposed to be at. And you're right, Rizolka. Dickheads will always double down. It's like that whole, you know, the cartoon I mean, where the guy's just moaning about how he's being forced into it and he's just shaving his head and getting a swastika tattoo in real time. Max Ding, you know, most trans man like that. You've got a lot of trans mask friends. In fact, one of them has a bumper sticker that says, "A white supremacist did physical training today. Did you?" And another says, "Resurrect John Brown, give him powered armour." Okay, I want that second one. But yeah, every trans person I know is chill. Because, well, I wouldn't be friends with someone, whether they're trans or not, if they weren't, but yeah, I think it was just that one specific person trying to project the fact that they had a Nazi phase like it was nothing. Yeah, on the one hand I do feel like, I don't want to say, I'm not entirely sure it's fair to say trans femmes have it harder, but I do kind of feel like we're getting the double whammy of misogyny and transphobia at the same time. Max Ding, that is part of it, is that we keep good company, but nevertheless it isn't common for, like, yeah, it's absolutely not common. Like, obviously we live in a society that's prejudiced, but being an outright transphobe is, being an outright bigot of any sort is not the norm. Max Dean trans mass definitely get misogyny and transphobia too, though. Yeah, but trans misogyny is not really, it's not a case of misogyny and transphobia. It's a kind of a unique thing. I believe Junior Serrano's definition was basically there's a classical sexism, which is basically the assumption that women are worse than men, and then there's oppositional sexism, which is that men and women are distinct categories. So misogyny comes from classical sexism, and queerphobia comes from oppositional because it involves a lot of blurring of boundaries. So like trans people, queer people, they all sort of contradict the idea that men and women, straight men and women, are, men and women are distinct categories. Because obviously those distinct categories involve like heterosexuality. And the issue of trans women is, well, transphobia comes from oppositional sexism because trans people contradict it. But misogyny comes from the assumption that men are better than women. And yeah, transgender men and transgender women do both sort of experience misogyny, but it's I guess it's in slightly different ways, and that's what sort of creates the definition of trans misogyny. I think the most deeply frustrating thing is the argument over if trans androphobia exists. Because my main thought is, androphobia isn't a thing, so can trans androphobia exist? But I don't know, maybe there is a unique sort of brand of transphobia that might affect trans men and, trans mask people. And still, I'm not going to tell anyone what word to use for their thing. Yeah, exactly. Humans have such a ridiculously low amount of sexual dimorphism. And yet transphobes like to go around saying, like, we deny biology or whatever because it makes them sound intelligent. Well, time for another run. Because, like, I can't remember which ancient Greek philosopher it was, but basically what an ancient Greek philosopher, doctor, suggested just use the word obstruction. Actually, maybe it wasn't ancient Greek, maybe it was more modern, but I don't know. One sort of very important doctor sort said just use the word obstruction to sound intelligent. And that's basically what, transphobes do. They just say, they just keep saying biology, biological, to make everything they say sound scientific. But they're like at the point where they're saying biological pronouns. And the really fricked up thing is, gender identity is literally one of the biological marks in humans. And of course, medical transition does actually change your biology. Like hormone levels, secondary sexual characteristics, and genitalia. That's another 3 of the 5, and obviously those can be changed. And the only one that can't be changed are genetics and gametes, which is why transphobes are a little obsessed with them. Resulca, the genetic material that makes the dick hard, is the same genetic material which strengthens the pelvic floor in women. Exactly. And everyone, regardless of assigned gender at birth, does actually have genes to decide how big their boobs are. Maxting, you should get going, you have an appointment to get to. Okay, good luck getting to the appointment. Oh yeah, obviously trans men of colour end up with some effed up shit because it's safe to be, because, racism makes them more vulnerable. Although it is generally understood that the transgender women of colour have it the hardest in the community. I mean, it's not a contest or anything, but you'd be remiss to deny that. Yep, and of course Maxting is correct. This said genetic marker also makes dicks hard for women. God, it's been ages since GCSE and A level, because that's the height. Oh, yep. So gene is a particular thing, a particular marker in your DNA. And an allele is a specific expression of a gene. Maxting, it's hard to say. Transphobes of colour in general just get killed or assaulted a lot. Yep. Resulka, that explains a lot. Like, even though you've lost all this weight, your cup size is still the same, though your back band has changed several sizes. Yeah, like, for trans femmes on estrogen, like, generally speaking, we will have a similar breast size to all our assigned female at birth relatives. Like, if we've gone through testosterone puberty, we might have wider shoulders, which make them look a bit smaller. But overall, yeah. But then boobs are a whole thing. I kind of want to go on progesterone just because apparently there is quite a bit of evidence that will increase breast size, but yeah, the gender identity clinic before I discharged just wasn't having any of it. And I just couldn't convince them, so Rizolka, you're the outlier in your family when it comes to boob size. You're about 4 cups larger than your sister. Well, that does happen. Like, of my siblings, because I have 3. One younger brother and 2 half brothers. I'm the only one with blue eyes. The rest of them have brown. Also interestingly, I think I'm the shortest of them. And if you're asking, yes, I do have 3 brothers. And they're all cis. Like, my younger brother is actually, way taller than me. And, you know, like, he's bald with a massive beard. So we sort of joke that he got the testosterone. Notice you have a Pokemon math derail? Okay, go ahead. Rizolka, you have mixed eye colours, one's blue with yellow in it, the other's green with brown in it. Oh, neat. No less. Super Repel works for 200 steps and costs 500 Poké Dollars. And Max Repel does 250 and costs 700 Poké Dollars. You're pretty sure one of these is the better deal, but you're struggling to work out which. Rizolka, you're gonna go shadow the 4E lads? Yep, catch you later. I'll probably join you when I'm done streaming. Shout out to anyone who is still in the chat and about to leave for to play D&D. Oh yeah, speaking of, by the way, it's probably quite a few months away, but I might be changing my streaming schedules for a game of Draw Steel. But you know, we'll see how that goes. I might be end up streaming on Wednesday and Thursdays for a while. On alternate weeks, but maxing Super Repel is. I think it's just a matter of dividing the amount of steps you get by the cost. Notice, is that a tabletop game? Yeah, it comes from Matt Crawford, who worked heavily on 4E, and is one of the big tabletop RPG guys. Like, he does a lot of very good YouTube videos. I guess you could say it's sort of parallel to Dagger Heart. In fact, it actually has quite a few mechanics in common. Probably because they're, you know, all drawing on the same sort of thing and have similar intention to create a non-D&D fantasy game that's a bit more story heavy. Because they both take advantage of the fact you can get a more even distribution of the rolls with 2d10 instead of d20. Dagger Heart only has the players use it, so the GM has the more swingy d20. Draw Steel uses it for everything. And you know, I had fun rolling my character for it at least. Oh. I should have been more careful. Okay, 2 hours of trying to deliver a flower. But we need to do this. For Yuri. Kind of funny I was talking about this, even though I'm ace, but... I mean, obviously, sort of ace. Lesbian sort of leaning ace, but... No. Exactly, now let's quote 1113, The Power of the Lesbian Relationship, the True Lesson of Steven Universe. Of course, Peridot remains my favourite genre of character. Just like a sympathetic-ish, incompetent villain, he becomes a sympathetic-ish, incompetent hero. I love that silly little slice of key lime pie. I'll say the things I like about Draw Steel. One, it absolutely nails, like, its tiefling equivalents are actual devils. And it's actually kind of funny because they are devils who are literally summoned from the hells. And like some of them end up on the sort of, you know, outside the hells because they're summoned, and whoever summoned them dies, or they stick around for other reasons. But usually they're just summoned to do deals. And they have like an entire bureaucracy for it. But like, you know, that's just a cultural thing, and they just mostly just, you know, like, it's like a dude with a job. And like, you can sort of, you have some degree of customization, which is really nice. So the one I've rolled for the Draw Steel game is has a, I think, just sort of like a magical retaliation ability, kind of like how tieflings in D&D get infernal retaliation, and a prehensile tail, which stops you getting flanked. There's a ton of stuff like powerful, like goat legs that give you extra speed, or glowing eyes that can see through everything. And the other thing I really like is their take on the Gif Yankee, who are actually like punk rebels in this. Oh! Oh, yes, another stupid death of a flower. Maybe I should consider a different route, but I think, you know, having something to consistently try works better. And, you know, I've made it there, so. To be fair, I think the advantage of the highest level repel is just having to, you know, having to apply them less frequently. And I think they might also be more effective at scaring off higher level Pokemon, but I might be wrong. Like, it's kind of like with, you know, the improved Pokeballs. Like, the improved catch rate is probably not proportional to amount you're paying for them. But it's more about having that number in the moment than the efficiency of it, you know? Maxting, what are you doing? Your appointment isn't in 90 minutes and 150. Okay, guess you got a bit more time than you thought. I was actually wondering why you're still in chat. Nope, they repel all Pokemon of a lower level than the one in front. And it was only a quarter more of the steps. Okay. Wild. Wait. Yep, I've got the Claire. That was satisfying. Notice it does remind you should get more escape ropes. There's a mansion on Cinnabar Island. Wheezings and Murks, both of them explode. Big pain in the arse. Oh yeah, I remember Cinnabar Mansion. Actually, one of my first sort of experiences with environmental storytelling and journals in a game. Maxting could leave with a ghost. Ghosts are immune to destinations like that. Are they? I thought they were only immune to normal type. To be fair, in Gen 1, it's kind of irrelevant because ghosts are, all the ghost Pokemon are also poison dual type, so that completely messes up their type advantages. But yeah, you could have any poison type in front. Yep, you could just catch one of the Mucks and Grimers and have them up front. Self-destruction, explosion, and normal type moves. Oh, of course. Yeah, you could always take a trip. Like, if you're at Cinnabar Island, you probably can take a trip back to Lavender Tower to grab yourself a ghosty. Oh, you're playing Nuzlocke. Fair enough. Ooh. I guess that's why you're being so careful then. That could have gone so badly. slow and steady win the race. No! Well, here we go again. She has so many secret one-of-a-kind flowers. I need to use that sort of dash/attack more often. Notice you got an old sea map. You think this might be unique to that mod? Definitely is, because I don't remember that in the original. And I played the hell out of Gen 1. It's a mod of Crystal. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, because of course you can go back to the original, you can go back to Kanto in Gold Silver, can't you? Although apparently it's a myth that Iwata rewrote the code so they could fit that in. It was apparently planned early on, and he just made it run more efficiently in different way. That was a bad showing. Bad time to scratch my nose, I suppose. Oh yeah. And apparently there's a glitch you can use in the original Gen 1 Pokemon to get Mew. Although it's a very specific glitch that was only found by, you know, ROM hacking the game to find it. But you need to use such a ridiculous sequence of actions, it sounds kind of like one of those urban legends you got as a kid. I remember being so disappointed when there wasn't a Mew under the truck. only there's a faster route. I suppose thinking about what I was saying earlier, I suppose it's easier to reconcile the idea of trans and transandrophobia when you consider that it's only really sort of cisgender straight men who are. Yeah, but then is that because they're cisgender and straight? Not because. I don't know. I feel like it's hard to reconcile because no, you almost might have to. You're almost arguing that trans men are not the same gender as cisgender men. And aside from being trans, they are. But on the other, for God's sake, yeah. But I think it's something I just need to find a bunch of literature and actually work out, because it's driving me crazy trying to work it out. Because a lot of people, like a lot of trans femmes and trans masses, seem to be getting quite angry about it. No less androphobia. Well, it's more like, trans misandry, because misandry is absolutely not a thing. It's not even it's not remotely controversial to say that. It's just a thing MRA's made up. But you know, if there is a specific brand of transphobia specific to trans men, that might be something worth talking about. But on the other hand, there's a school of feminist thought that argues that, you know, such constructs readily imply this discrimination against someone for being a man, rather than, you know, marginalisation for the marginalised traits, which is also a point, so I'm not entirely sure. So I think the only thing I can do right now is just concede I don't know enough. Oh yeah, androphobia as in fear of men is definitely a thing. That's an entirely different thing. I want to say that was bullshit. And to be fair, it was. Well, it wasn't bullshit, it was just bad luck, but hey ho. Nellis, would a more etymologically accurate or something word for homophobia be mishomo or something? Well, some people do actually try to argue the suffix misia should be used instead of phobia, like homomisia and transmisia. it's really caught on for various reasons. And also, phobia can also mean an aversion too, so it's not like it's inaccurate. Plus, I kind of like that homophobia and transphobia sort of make it clear bigotry is irrational. Okay, that's nice and far away. I got cocky. I really thought I was over that. Okay, let's hope this doesn't end up being just taking up the entire stream. What are we at? 2 hours 25 minutes? 2 hours 25 minutes of trying to, you know, carry a flower. Once again, my respect for speedrunners is multiplying. Notice, weird question. How do I compare this experience to fighting Orphan of Kos? It's kind of the opposite of any Bloodborne boss, really. It's just like on some level I'm sort of remembering everything in sequence, but obviously Bloodborne bosses are a matter of quick execution and reaction, whereas this is more like a it's like a Soulsborne boss, but with Soulsborne traversal, I guess. You know, you have to be careful, take your time. In fact, I guess you could say it's the Dark Souls of Dark Souls. this bit of it more constantly. Oh no, I've made a mistake, I've made a mistake. I did not pay for my mistake. All I can ask Team Cherry about this is, who hurt you? I mean, I know this is a completely optional challenge and I can stop any time I want, but... you know, I just want that extra piece of mass to make the rest of the game slightly easier. Clearly worth it, right? Ooh. Well, we're past the 10,000 year mark at least. Maybe if I... yeah, I don't need Sprint Master. Okay, yeah, maybe the Grubberfly's Elegy. Yeah, I don't need Quick Slash so much. Do I necessarily need the compass? Yeah, steady body. At the very least, that'll stop me knocking myself off and falling off ledges. Okay, now I've got the ranged attack. Notice we suppose this is better than how Soulsborne questlines let you fail them such that you don't get to see the conclusion of the story of the good ending of that whole playthrough. That's true. To be fair, there is some of that in this, like meeting NPCs at certain points. Yep. Okay, I can take any enemy out at range now. Nice and safe. Nellis, and the requirements for them have no detectable connection, e.g. Solaire and the random bug hidden behind a secret door. Yeah, like, I had a lot of trouble with Eileen the Crow's quest line. Although that was mostly the boss battle at the end of it. Which I think I actually gave up on in the end. I got some progress trying the poison knives. But that didn't work the first time, and obviously I didn't have any more left, so... No Blades of Mercy for me. Get slightly closer. Nellis, a hunter must hunt down the correct path on Van Wikis because there's no way of finding it organically. Exactly. Like, even odds I'd have messed up in the boss fight she helps out with by attacking her accidentally and assuming they were both hostile. Okay, this might actually make things more dangerous around the jellyfish, but I'll just be careful. Hey Barango, how's it going? I'm trying to deliver a flower and slowly going crazy. You're awake? good. I guess you must have been sneaking across the border. Yep, I saved each and every grub and got the laser sword. Notice, at least with Warframe, it has its own official wiki, and that wiki is shockingly good. And it's an online game only. Yeah, I feel like online games are sort of more designed for that whole collaboration thing. Yep, and obviously I saw the their grub dad eat them, but apparently that's actually quite good and safe, so fair enough. No! How could I do that? How could I do that? Well, back to the start with me.
La mer finello.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I didn't manage to get a nap in after work today, but I actually feel more alert than if I hadn't had a nap in the first place. Maybe the real nap was inside me all along. Notice also with Warframe, most of the only reason to use the wiki are how much of a pain in the arse is it to grind this item for this unlockable, and you're not figuring out the gimmick to this boss fight fast enough. To be fair, that sounds more like your standard action game fare, or MMO fare, compared to a Souls-like. To be fair, part of the whole Souls-like experience is meant to be, you know, getting through a oppressive environment with the power of collaboration. Say what you will, but I think fan wikis are an intended part of the game. Zodi, your return. Has the area been saved? Not yet, still a work in progress. think I'm getting there. Notice you miss games being playable on their own, feeling like it anyway. Yeah, well, like, I played through a lot of JRPGs with printouts in Korean New. My favourite font for that reason, from Game FAQs. Zodi Aramikina is a PSX throwback indie mascot platform with Metroidvania trappings and has a good demo out. Ooh, I'll give that a try. Okay, this makes this part much easier. Tends to be that jump. Well, if I don't do anything else this stream, I'm going to get this side quest done.
Why? Hello, Benny.
How many of these one-of-a-kind flowers have I destroyed so far? To be fair, a lot of classic games also had very sort of obscure secrets. If only because they wanted you to call the Nintendo hotline, which wasn't even a thing here. Zodi, you could argue whether or not that is the right path, since it involves feeding humanity to a giant spider demon lady. And Solaire is happy with his bug son. I mean, I'm not saying I would want to be a giant spider demon lady who eats humanity, but I'm not above floating the option. Zodi, nothing wrong with being a giant demon spider lady. You are feeding human souls to someone who does want to die due to her suffering. Notice Solaire replaced his brain with the bug and went hollow. Zodi, Soleil notably doesn't go hollow, he's just enraptured by his personal incandescent sun. Which to be clear is similar, since it does make him attack you, but he's still technically sentient. Yep, to be fair, Dark Souls is meant to be dark fantasy. Hey Kiara, how's it going? Going well, you heard Dark Souls and showed up. What's up? I've been trying to deliver a flower for 2 hours and 50 minutes. I'm going crazy. This is why I can never be an Uber Eats driver. Yep, longer than the runtime of Star Wars. I have spent an entire feature-length movie trying to deliver a flower. And yes, Sodi, you're right, the Yuri is important, we must save it. We do not accept doomed Yuri in these parts. Kiara, Souls games. Smoking cigarettes. Nellis, we do not accept Doomed Yuri. Free, she's already dead. Be that as it may, this gives like her ghost hope or something. I don't know. Help me. Okay, I don't know how I pulled that off, but I pulled it off. Exactly, Zodi. It's the thought that counts. It's an emotional act of love. Zodi, Silkson's also got some doomed yaoi that's precious and beautiful. Oh, okay, I don't know how I got away with that, but I got away with it. Hey, Kotra. How's it going? I'm the world's worst, flower delivery service. 2 hours and 53 minutes of failing to deliver a flower. Okay, a reprieve. Going pretty good. You got a mounting bracket delivered today. I'm going to be installing a 55-inch TV for your dad after work. Heck yeah. Hope installation goes without any issues. No clue where the ancient TV cabinet's going to. Ah yes, the relic of when CRT TVs needed a cabinet. Okay, we can do this. The end is in sight. I suppose you could always sell the cabinet. I've dropped too far. It's time for the final test. I think I've done it. I think I've done it. I think I've done it. I've done it. Exactly, no less. Dead lesbian, given flower. Yep, and now go back to the mourner. By the incredible power of seat teleportation. It also saves maxting. Lemaire, you've done this thing. Is it possible? This world's cruelty, I thought it overwhelming. But Lemaire, such compassion, that Che's love would know her partner's heart even aeon past. Is that, Lemaire, such grief can end? Che can end? Well, Enel, dear love, Che too can end. Yep. I guess she exploded. And now I just need one more and I can get another heart. I think Che was a pronoun rather than her name, no less. Zodi, also fun fact, she was one of the Royal Knights. Oh yeah, I think I picked that up somewhere. Let's switch back then. Alongside the guy whose armor got jacked by the maggot, Dung Defender, the corpse outside Tremum's house, and the lady I got anti-acid water from. All tracks. Zodi, yep, Che is whatever language she speaks, pronoun for me / myself. Okay. Next order of business. I have a charm to purchase. Also, I have the luxury of taking damage again, so that's nice. I reckon I can get 1,000. Well, I reckon I can get 4,000. So we'll just head to the King's Station. And we'll pay that merchant a visit to sell all our spare idols off. If I can kill this guy with just nothing but charges. Apparently yes. And it was actually a lot quicker. Oh yeah, I think Nodus shouted you out. Yep, I still need Divines last, but I reckon I can afford it if I go sell off all my loot. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Yep, these flying bugs remain vocal goals. Slightly androgynous, but kind of them. I'll be pleased to know that you have a functioning laptop again and you can stream Silksong soon. Heck yeah. Hey Nevik, how's it going?
Velmi Artred.
Arcane Egg for 1,200.
Boris son?
Oh, a third Arcane Egg? You're an exceptional explorer to have found so many. An egg is a perfect protective form. In Hallownest we use stone journals or tablets. Our text engraved atop. These eggs are far more secure. Their records are stored within. They dropped a phone, Genji hoodie. Nick needs to know at once. In fear of damaging the eggs, I'm only able to access the outside layer, but it's clear that an distant past could somehow access information stored even deeper within. If only I could find a way to do so. Just think of the discoveries to be made.
Velmi Artred.
King's Idol?
Boris son?
A king's idol? I've often wondered the true visage of the king. Depictions of an imposing gleaming figure and a fiercely honed crown. I suspect there's much embellishment in the imagery though. A ruler seeking worship tends to hide their blemishes. It'd do no good to appear to a common bug. Hello Vanades, welcome to the chat. I'm playing Hollow Knight. It's a good game, but did I know the game hides a big secret? I think there's quite a few, but go on.
Velmi Artred.
Okay, hello Nest Seal.
Boris son? again.
Yeah, exactly, Nevik. Is it secretly Undertale? A Hallownest seal? You can't tell me? It's a secret. Oh, fair enough. You're a talented clerk, all right. The best I've ever met. If you keep at it, I worry I run out of space in the shop.
Velmi Ardred. Velmi
A
Ardred.
Hallownest seal? Okay, he's just saying the same
Velmi
thing.
Ardred. Gachael Liasok. Velmi Ardred.
Okay. I think another Wanderer's Journal.
Oh, pal. Velmi Ardred.
Okay, and now I can teleport back. Valnades, go to your website hollownightsecret.com to find out what. I'm going to assume you're joking.
Aber not sla?
Okay. Okay, yeah, you're just doing a bit. Fair enough. And unbreakable strength. Finally. Ah, such beautiful and special gifts. So lovely. I'm ready now. Very ready. My smell. You'll carry it with you then. Yep, she pooped out the, breakable charms. Yep, exactly. She processed the charm. So now, 3 of these. Okay, I don't need Unbreakable Greed anymore, so... Unbreakable Strength it is. I now do all the damage. Oh yep, and let's go pay a visit to the leg eater guy. Because I need to see how this side quest ends. Now, list you heard about some guy whose cat did that to his D20 and light loaded it, so it kept rolling crits. That cannot be true. I mean, I suppose maybe something happened to it that caused it to be weighted. Is this my first playthrough? Yep, I'm fairly near the end now. I'm just trying to mop up side quests, find secrets, maybe find all these charms. Looks like I'm missing 3 of them. Zodi, if it's true you regrettably know how it likely happened. Digestive fluids wearing down the dye in such a way that it weights it. Yeah, that does make sense. Ooh. I didn't mean to come here. Have I played any other Metroidvanias? Yeah, I'm kind of a Metroid fangirl, so yeah, I've played a fair few. Not as many as I'd like, but that's because there's so many. I think the last game I streamed before this was Castlevania, Symphony of the Night. Yeah, exactly. Quote number 1, I wish I had Samus's hair. The context for quote number 2 is I'd started styling it in the same way. I do it kind of slightly differently now, but my like a ponytail is still my default. Quattro, have I played the 2 games that gave the genre its name? Yep, I've played them, streamed them. I've played Super Metroid, streamed Super Metroid. Streamed Symphony of the Night and played it. Okay, let's go visit the loathsome leg eater. Oh, you sound evil, yep. Quattro, I used to wish you had your old Super Metroid cartridge. Okay, no change there. Yeah, I think my first console was the original PlayStation, so I never had any SNES games in their original form. If I'd like some more direction, you can point me in the general location of the last 3 charms. Sure. Just want to pay the leg eater a visit and we can go straight to walkthrough mode on that. Howling Cliffs, Crystal Peak, and Deep Nest. Okay. Only 3 hits to kill those. Yeah, I think with that charm equipped, well, I suppose the highest damage potential would also be equipping the those charms, that smell so much. I want it, yes. I know where you are now. Above me, much above me, but I know where to go. Now come, don't try to hide from me. Oh, let's teleport. See if this advances the plot line. Oh. I guess she ate everything but his legs. One final gift. Haha. I liked it much. Very, very good. So good. Now I can follow Master. Okay, Howling Cliffs, you say? No way to teleport there. Guess I'll have to walk. Zodi, they're sharp claws, not for eating. Makes sense. You very briefly tried playing an old Castlevania on the Game Boy Color emulator on your phone, but you gave up immediately. Yeah, old school Castlevania is pretty different. Like, it's a lot less Metroidvania. And a lot more precision platformer. Well, anyway, I'm heading to Crystal Peak, so I'm ready for further information when it's available. Not Crystal Peaks, Howling Cliffs. Here we are at the Howling Cliffs. I think the last thing I actually played on my phone was literally just Tetris. Actually, I think the only real sort of phone game I enjoyed was Doom RPG. Oh, yeah, let's fall to the ground and see what I can find here. Oh yeah, there's like an entire turn-based RPG adaptation of Doom that was released as a mobile game. No king, no mind, release. Okay, that leads downwards to green path. Quattro, you have a CD somewhere. It has a SNES emulator along with 700-ish ROMs. Yeah, I've been trying to set up a PS2 emulator because I'm too lazy to dig mine out and hook it up, but I hook it up to my capture card. Okay, this is just where the Grim Troop DLC was. Where could that be? Oh wow. I remember torrents. misspent youth of spending ages on LimeWire, failing to download anything. Yeah, I have no idea where these last charms are. It's in the lowest part of the cliffs. Oh, here. Okay. Down the hatch we go, I guess. Okay, I think I might need to take a quick pee break, so I'll be right back. Everyone behave yourselves while I'm gone. Switch that off. I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. Have you all been behaving? Oh, Nick, notice the stream was buffering for you? You're wondering, well, when it was going to do that. Back in a minute. Zodi, the last time I said that, you behaved yourself, so this time you're going to commit a crime. Zodi, everyone read Zodi's book on Amazon, Cursed World, Initial Sparks. Kiara, putting away firecrackers. Kiara, I'm disappointed. You had firecrackers and you didn't set them off? Boring. Kotra, behaving, very funny. Burango, you're definitely behaving. Excellent. Oh, back to the game. Okay, that leads to green path. Found. Burango, you have a little bit of a headache. Kiara, it's because Invisible Girl's supposed to be there setting them off with you. Ah. I hope she's doing okay right now. Hey Zodi, are you sure I haven't already found this charm? Because there's this open chest here. It's not in a chest, okay. It's the boulder shell, which I do not have. Oh yeah. Okay, so it's around here somewhere then. That said, the chest is important. Oh! Oh. Oh no. I'm in hell. Oh yeah, I remember now, it only gave me 1 geo. Okay, we have the boulder shell. Okay, teleport myself back to Dirtmouth so I can head to the crystal. Mines. I don't know why I pause so long between that. Let's see what we've got around here. Crystal Peak, not Crystal Mines. Same difference though. around here. I should also track down where that one last mask shard is. Been this way. grab here. Again. Hallownest's crown. Is there anything I missed here? Let's narrow it down, open my map a second. Okay. Open. It's in the first column coming from the rows. From dirt mass entrance down that shaft. Okay. In that case, I'll teleport back to Dirtmouth because it'll be faster. Oh, down here. Oh yeah, I think I might have noped out of this place. Yep, there's a mimic. Oh, not this area. The big mining shaft, not this small cave. Oh, okay. Oh, see you, Burango. Thanks for dropping by. You mean this area? The vertical Metroid tube room? Okay. Okay. I misunderstood. Oh, steerage. Call myself shrimping. Okay, let's look around then. Okay, this just takes you all the way back to the start. Deep focus. Ooh. The barrel will focus soul at a slower rate, but the healing effect will double. Okay, that would have been very useful back when I was exploring. And the last one is in Deep Nest, you say? Okay, I guess I'll head to Deep Nest and when I found it I'll call the stream. You can give your second hint if you'd rather not deal with Deep Nest. Yeah, go ahead. We're reaching the 4-hour mark. It's in the spider village. Okay. Well, that's right where the stag releases you, so... The Weaver's Den, specifically. Okay.
Art there, Sunhole?
My good friend, you wear that bright mark of relationship. Then you've met her, perhaps. Her who'd guard the mark. The gendered child. A sprightly thing, isn't she? Pale gift to the nest and the beast, and a fair trade for sacrifice made. Long she's been distant, it'd do our spirits well were she to grace us a visit home. Hee hee ho. Oh, I'm so sorry. Old memories cause my mind to wander on such silly diversions, especially when I'm oh so famished. Nice try. Yep, she says neat stuff and then tries to eat you. Open my map. Okay. What am I looking for? The smooth round area to the right of where I am. The second big room, not the distant village. You mean the failed tramway? Or this one? Oh, the room with the... Okay, this area. Got it. I'm gonna go back to the stag station just to top up my health. Because I'm hot garbage apparently. I forgot. There is no bench here because this place hates people. Oh, I am in trouble. I'll teleport back to save myself the effort of Okay, what's the quickest route? Still the damn stag way. Oh well. Well, no, this has been a bit of a quieter stream than usual, but I guess once I've got all these, I can just finish off the arena side quest on Wednesday and final boss time. Okay, let's get exploring. Ow. it when they do that. Well, might take me a minute to find this one, but at least that's the last one I need. If it helps, it's behind multiple brick walls, as in roughly the top right hand corner. Okay, well, this looks promising. Ah. The Weaver's Den. Found it. Hera. Ow. Weaver song. What's this do? silken charm containing a song of farewell, left by the weavers who departed Hellenus for their old home. Summons weaverlings to give the lonely bearer some companionship and protection. Ah. Oh, that's all of them. Only one thing left to do then. And that's visit a certain salesman. Or saleswoman. Yep, Salubra has something for me now. Exactly. Wait, Salubra was the charm seller, wasn't she? Or yep, that's Sly. My dear, a blessing for you. With your excessive patronage and those startling good looks, you've made more than earned it. Received Salubra's blessing, a boon bestowed by a charm lover Salubra. Those blessed are followed by beauty and love. Cool. Yes, I hope my blessing brings you everything you desire. Don't be a stranger, sweetums. Is there any actual mechanical benefit to it, or? It sits on a bench for a while. Okay. Okay then. Oh, she recharges my... Oh yeah, that is neat. Well, I guess we'll call it here then. Actually, before we leave, I just want to do one thing. What do these weaverlings look like? Ah? Friends. Look at them. Well, anyway, Wednesday. Notice, you wonder what Fangirl, Berg, Lizette, you're not sure, thinks of that if you happen to get all the charms of uprising zones at the Colosseum. I think it's sort of an abstract way of representing her blessing. I don't think she's actually sort of floating there. But yeah, let's find someone to raid. Yep, thanks as always for dropping by. Is my camera askew? You're quite welcome, Zadie. Thank you for dropping by. Who's live? Cecily's playing some Baldur's Gate 3. Noah's just chatting. Let's go, Cecily. It's been a while since I raided her. Yep. So, yep. Wednesday, I'll probably be finishing this game off. I'll try and have a poll up for what I stream next up by then. Obviously, if you want to suggest games, feel free to throw them at me for the usual channels. You know, just message me on Discord, at me on social media, leave comments in YouTube, the YouTube VOD, or what have you. Yep, hopefully I'll be able to finish up the arena side quest and head straight to the final boss, whatever form that might take. And if that doesn't take too long, I do have a couple of demos to play. But for now, it's getting cold. I've been up since 5 in the morning. And we are raiding in 3, 2, 1, let's go. And if you're watching on YouTube, like, comment and subscribe. You're still my favourites. Every like and comment just doubles my self-esteem.